Good evening. I will call the City Council to order. It's 5:01 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Gerson is absent at this time. Councilmember Kaji is absent. Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Lewis?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh?
Present.
Mayor Chen?
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 13A, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, 13B, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, 13C, Real Property, Conference with Real Property Negotiator, 13D, Conference with Labor Negotiator, 13E, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54957B1, 54956.9D4, 54956.8, 54957.6, and 54956.9D1. We'll return after closed session. Thank you. Good evening. We're now reconvening our city council meeting. It's 6:40 p.m. I want to welcome everyone joining us in the council chamber, as well as those watching remotely. We have in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report out?
Good evening, Your Honor. No actions to report. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item 2, flag salute and invocation. We honor those who make it possible for us to be here today. Is there anyone here in the audience who is on active duty or a military veteran? Will you please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you? Please all rise as Councilman Gerson will lead us in the flag salute, and then Pastor Nathan Kang will follow up with the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now I'd like to invite Pastor Nathan Kang from the Good Community Church to give us the invocation tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's pray. Gracious and almighty God, we come before you tonight with thankful hearts for the privilege of gathering here in this place to serve just the entire city of Torrance. We acknowledge that all wisdom and authority ultimately comes from you, Lord. Father in heaven, we thank you so much for this city, for its families, for its leaders, and the many people who work each day to make it a better and safer place. We are grateful for the opportunity to live, work, and worship freely here in this city. Father in heaven, we lift up those who protect and serve, our police officers, firefighters, teachers, doctors, nurses, and public servants. Strengthen them in this moment, keep them safe, and bless their families. We ask that in this moment, in this council meeting, for your hand of guidance upon our mayor, city council members, and all the city officials. Grant them clarity, humility, and courage to lead with integrity and compassion, and help them to seek what is right and just, not for personal gain, but for the good of all residents in the city of Torrance. Above all, we thank you for your Son, Jesus Christ, who teaches us to love our neighbors and to walk in truth and grace. We pray for his love to fill this community with the love of the gospel, and may his example of servant leadership inspire us in all that we do tonight. We commit this council meeting and this city into your loving hands, O God. And in the name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, we pray all of these things in his name. Amen.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item 3, announcements of withdrawn, deferred, or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Honor Metropolitan City Manager. There are supplemental materials available online on the city website at torranceca.gov for the following items. Item 8I, from Civil Service Commission and Human Resources to approve the revised class specification and approve examination to fill Community Service Director position. And item 10B, from City Manager, to discuss and provide direction on request for subsidy of rental fees for use of the Toyota Meeting Hall and James Armstrong Theater for World War II Camp Memorial fundraising event. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4, I will take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. Moving on to item 5, council committee meetings and announcements. And I will start off. As you may know, on August 21st, 2025, the governor signed Senate Bill 280 into law, which calls for a statewide special election on November 4th, 2025. Voters will be asked to consider Proposition 50, formerly titled the Use of Legislative Congressional Redistricting Map Amendment, though it has also been referred to by some as the Election Rigging Response Act. Proposition 50 would authorize the legislature to implement temporary mid-cycle adjustments to California's congressional district boundaries through 2030. This would effectively override the independent redistricting process that California voters established through Propositions 11 and 20, which created the Citizens Redistricting Commission to ensure fair and transparent maps. While proponents argue the measure is necessary to address population shifts and legal concerns, opponents, including many local governments, civic organizations, and election reform advocates, have raised serious concerns. Specifically, Proposition 50 will erode public trust, create instability and voter confusion by allowing mid-cycle changes, and set a precedent for political influence in a process designed to remain independent. Although Proposition 50 would not change the congressional boundaries in Torrance in particular, I believe it is important that our city take a position on this matter, as it has broader implications for electoral integrity statewide. Therefore, I am requesting concurrence from my colleagues to direct staff to prepare an agenda item for our October 21st City Council meeting. Then item B included a proposed resolution for council consideration, which would formally state the City of Torrance's opposition to Proposition 50. Do I have concurrence? Okay, I only have 2 thumbs up, so we do not have concurrence to bring this item up. Next item. I would like to introduce Social Services Commissioner Kenneth Johnson, who would like to make an announcement regarding the upcoming Veterans Appreciation. Kenneth?
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kenneth Johnson, and I'm a member of the Social Services Commission. The Social Services Commission cordially invites our community's veterans to the city's annual Veterans Appreciation event this year. This year, the event will take place on Friday, November 7th, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at 3330 Civic Center Drive. The event begins with a resource fair at 10 a.m., where veterans will have the opportunity to learn about services offered through providers such as CalVet, Veterans Justice Center Legal Aid, a veteran representative from EDD, and Guide Dogs of America. Just a little before noon, an appreciation luncheon with entertainment and open mic will be held. Each veteran may bring 1 guest to the event. Please RSVP by Friday, October 31st at area code 310-618-5880 or Social Services Commission at torranceca.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next item. I believe that's yours, Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm excited to share a wonderful cultural event coming to Torrance, hailed by the San Francisco Classical Voice as an ensemble of exceedingly skilled young musicians Contra Punctus will make its Armstrong Theater debut with their new exhilarating classical production called Continuum, The Architects of Elegance. This special program celebrates the exquisite tapestry of chamber music spanning 3 centuries, featuring masterworks by Boccherni, Haydn, Mozart, Rossini, Mendelssohn, and Weinberg. Contra Punctus is a world-class chamber ensemble led by concertmaster Waylon Jackson and features internationally acclaimed violin Aubrey Oliverson. This special performance is presented by the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation and generously sponsored in part by Torrance Refining Company. This takes place Sunday, October the 12th, 2025 at 3 p.m. at the Armstrong Theater. For tickets and detail, visit torrancearts.org, and the flyers are outside. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next one is Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to seek concurrence from my colleagues to recognize a momentous occasion for the Torrance Women's Club's 100th anniversary this October. For a century, the Women's Club has made meaningful contributions to our community through dedicated service, volunteerism, and philanthropic activities. With Council's concurrence, I ask the staff to prepare an official city resolution honoring their centennial milestone, and that we invite members of the club to a future council meeting for formal recognition and a commemorative photo opportunity. May I please have concurrence for this monument occasion? Thank you.
Okay, got 6-0, you got concurrence. All right. The next item goes to Councilman Gerson.
National Arts and Humanities Month is a month-long celebration in October recognizing the importance of culture in America. National Arts and Humanities Month presents an opportunity for equitable access to the arts at local, state, and national levels. It encourages individuals, organizations, and communities to engage in the arts and allows governments and businesses to show their support for the arts. This month raises public awareness regarding the positive impact that arts and humanities have on our communities and our lives. The Cultural Arts Commission will convey this message to the community at the 47th Annual Excellence in Arts Awards, where they will celebrate and recognize the positive impacts of individuals within the community of their creative and cultural contributions to Torrance. We invite the community to attend exhibitions and performances and take advantage of the numerous opportunities and entertainment options available. Thanks to local organizations like the city's Cultural Arts Commission, the Torrance Culture Arts Foundation, TOCA, Arts Council of Torrance, the Friends of the Torrance Theater Company, the Torrance Art Museum Advocates, the Torrance Performing Arts Consortium, Destination Art, and the Torrance Craftsmen's Guild. Join us as we celebrate National Arts and Humanities Month throughout October.
Thank you very much. Going on to community matters. City Clerk, will we have a number and title for item 6A, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2025-58, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Lieutenant Gregory Tittle upon his retirement from the city after 25 years of service.
Motion to adopt resolution number 2025-58.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Thank you. Next item is item 6B, another item for adoption only. City Clerk, may I have a number and title for 6B, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2025-59, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Administrative Assistant Denise E. Thurston upon her retirement from the city after 26 years of service.
I motion to approve resolution 2025-59.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Item 6C, October marks Breast Cancer Awareness Month, a time when we come together as a community to raise awareness, promote early detection, and support those affected by this disease. Tonight, we are proud to present a Breast Cancer Awareness Month proclamation, and here is to receive it is Evelyn Callip, one of the dedicated breast care nurse navigators at Torrance Memorial Medical Center, Cedars-Sinai affiliate Hunt Cancer Institute. I'd like to invite Evelyn to join me at the podium as my colleagues and I read the proclamation, followed by a few remarks and a group photo in recognition of this important cause. Evelyn, will you meet me at the podium, please? At this moment, we're going to start reading the proclamation, starting with Dr. Gerson.
Whereas October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, an annual national campaign which started in 1985 to increase awareness of the disease and to raise funds for research into its cause, prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and cure. And
Whereas breast cancer is the most common cancer and second leading cause of cancer death after lung cancer in women in the United States. The chance of a woman having invasive breast cancer sometime during her life is about 1 in 8. And
Whereas the American Cancer Society is dedicated to raising awareness about breast cancer by hosting educational and interactive activities throughout the month, while emphasizing the importance of annual mammograms for women ages 45 and older, the most effective screening tool for early detection. And
Whereas the American Cancer Society also sponsors the Making Strides Against Breast Cancer Walk, a powerful and inspiring event that brings the community together to honor the courageous individuals who have been diagnosed with breast cancer, remember those who have lost their battle, and raise critical funds to support groundbreaking research and vital patient programs. And
Whereas, due to advancements in early detection and treatment, breast cancer death rates in the United States have declined by approximately 44% from 1989 through 2023, underscoring the importance of ongoing awareness, education, and community engagement. And whereas, National Breast Cancer Awareness Month encourages everyone to make healthy lifestyle choices, such as eating a healthy diet, getting regular physical activity, and reducing the consumption of alcohol. These choices can help reduce their breast cancer risk.
Now, therefore, I, George Chen, as mayor of the city of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2025 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Torrance, and urge all citizens to take part in activities and observances designed to increase awareness and understanding of breast cancer, its human impact, and the work of the American Cancer Society. Signed the 7th day of October 2025. Yes. Evelyn?
I'm very honored to receive this proclamation on behalf of Torrance Memorial Medical Center. As a nurse navigator, taking care of newly diagnosed breast cancer patients and holding their hand as they go through breast cancer journey until survivorship. And I'm also a breast cancer survivor myself. I was diagnosed very early stage because I had preventable treatments, and also it was detected early. So I think the key is to have an early detection. Mammogram is still the key tool to diagnose breast cancer early. And if we diagnose breast cancer early, actually the survivorship is 90% successful. So I just want to say thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Mayor Chen, and everybody, all the council members. Thank you so much.
Do you have any other members who are coming up with
I also want to give I brought everybody a breast cancer pin, but I want to give my pin to the mayor, if that's okay.
The rest of you want to come down and join us? I think a few of you have shirts I think you want other people to see, so you might as well come down and show it.
So do you want me
Yeah,
to put it here?
Thank you. All right. Well, you know, I was thinking since the women got their shirts, maybe you guys stay up high so everyone can see it, and then the guys come down. Does that
Oh, there
work?
you go.
Is that possible? Okay.
Oh, I love the pins.
Anyone else coming with you?
Oh, no, my husband just want to take a picture.
Really, you want to come join me? Keep bouncing.
Okay. There you go. All right. Yeah, you got it, Ryan.
Thank you so much.
All right,
Thank you.
for coming.
Thank you.
All right. So we're gonna. I might be bringing you back down again, so I'm just letting you know. Walk slowly. Next, we're declaring September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month. I would like to extend a warm welcome to Mrs. Irene Ordaz and representatives of the Pueblo area community. Teachers Isabel Martinez, Jordi Alejandre, and students of the Hispanic Culture Club from North High School. Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, Dr. Rosa Isaiah, and North High School Principal Paul Natake. And I think I see the superintendent, Dr. Stowe, here. So why don't all of you join me at the podium? We're going to leave none behind. So if I missed your name, come down with them anyway. All right. Are we ready? You know what I would suggest is you come up and you, at this moment, since they're reading forward, maybe you face that way because the camera is actually getting your face this way. Yes, I know. It's non-intuitive. It's like you're putting your back, but the camera is actually there. All right? So Councilman Gerson, would you start us off, please?
Whereas each year, the United States observes National Hispanic Heritage Month by celebrating the culture, heritage, and countless contributions of those whose ancestors originate across North America, including Mexico, as well as those who came from Central America, South America, the Caribbean, and Spain. And whereas the observation first started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon B. Johnson, it was later expanded in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting from September 15th to October 15th by President Ronald Reagan. And
Whereas the first day of Hispanic Heritage Month is significant because it is the anniversary of the independence for Latin American countries, including Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and September 18th. Additionally, Indigenous Peoples Day falls within the 30-day period. And
Whereas the city of Torrance is proud to celebrate the Hispanic and Latino population that contributes greatly to the prosperity and community and offers a diversity of cultures, customs, and languages. And
Whereas We celebrate these invaluable contributions that Hispanic and Latino communities have made to our nation's culture through arts, law, science, technology, and sports. Additionally, we continue to honor those who serve as civil rights leaders, politicians, and public servants, including those who served on the front lines during the pandemic as healthcare providers, first responders, educators, military service members, and other essential workers. And
Whereas the City of Torrance is proud to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month and commemorate Hispanic and Latino communities who have enhanced and shaped our national character with centuries-old traditions that reflect the multi-ethnic, multicultural customs of their communities while adding their own distinct and dynamic perspectives to the story of our state, city, and nation.
Now therefore, I, George Chen, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim September 15, 2025 through October 15, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Torrance and call upon the residents of the City of Torrance to learn more about the history of Hispanic and Latino communities, signed this 7th day of October 2025. Now I'm going to see if Ms. Ordaz, Irene, do you want to share a few words with us first?
I want to thank the mayor of our city and the council members of the city of Torrance, and I especially want to Sharon Bacani for being our councilwoman in our area. And thank you very much for choosing me as a member of the Mexican American Heritage. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Do we have a representative who wants to make remarks from the North High School?
Okay.
Hello. On behalf of North High School Hispanic Culture Club, I would like to thank the city for this incredible honor and for recognizing our culture and community with this proclamation. We are proud to celebrate our heritage and share it with others through our school and city events. This recognition means a lot to us. It reminds us that our voices, traditions, and contributions matter. Thank you for supporting diversity and giving us the chance to be seen and celebrated.
All right. I'm going to ask the entire council to please come down so we can celebrate together. Councilman Kalani, I'm going to ask you to hold this proclamation with Ms. Ordaz on this side. And then I ask our photographer to help us balance the court. Now you got to face the audience now. Why don't you get right about here, okay? And then ask Councilman Kalani to be about here. And then you get right in the middle here. See, I'm in the way. Now I'm going to have you hold this, okay?
And what about you?
You guys are start. You guys I'll balance the court on that side, okay? Yeah, I will. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, make sure to smile. All right, you're tall, man. Oh, now you're even taller. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. One more for good measure. And let's see those smiles. Nicely done, everyone. Nice smiles. All right. Thank you for sharing with us. Yeah. Item 6E, the Torrance Certified Farmers Market is thrilled to announce its 40th anniversary celebration, taking place on Tuesday, October 14th at 10 a.m. Join us for a commemorative ceremony with a special cake cutting and remarks from myself and other special guests celebrating the market, all the farmers, and market vendors. Following the ceremony, the third annual world-famous pie, I was going to say pie eating contest, but I guess it's not. The world-famous pie contest kicks off. The community is invited to participate by bringing a completed entry form found on the city's website, a copy of their scrumptious pie recipe, and the homemade pie itself. Only the first 15 entries will get a chance to compete. So get to the farmer's market no later than 9 a.m. Each contestant needs to whip up their pies from scratch, crafting an original dough crust, and filling. Whether it's fruit, cream, or something totally unique, all pies will be judged on their taste and visual appeal. If you're more into eating a pie than baking one, join the exciting pie eating contest. So there is one. Hosted by Debbie Hayes from Discover Torrance. Feel free to reach out to Joyce Chan, who is actually at the podium, the Torrance Farmers Market Manager, at jchan@torranceca.gov if you have any questions. At this time, I'd like to request Joyce Chan at the podium to share a couple of words regarding the upcoming event.
Thank you, Mayor Chen. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. On October 14th at 10 a.m., we're celebrating the Torrance Certified Farmers Market 40th anniversary. There will be remarks from Mayor Chen and other guests. We would like you all to come. And then at 10:30, we'll be having our third annual pie contest. Bakers will be judged on their homemade pies, and all city council members are invited to judge the pies. I'm still waiting for your RSVPs. I'll probably remind you tomorrow via email. And then after that, we're having a pie eating contest. Like Mayor Chen said, it's sponsored by Discover Torrance, and Torrance Bakery is donating all the pies. So we have ponchos for you. If you want to come, we welcome everyone. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, looks like you're challenging my colleagues here to see who's going to win it. I'm just adding a little pressure for you. All right. This evening, I am also thrilled to announce the return of one of Torrance's most beloved traditions, the 45th Harry Sutter Memorial Turkey Trot Fun Run. This annual event brings our community together each Thanksgiving morning for fun, fitness, and celebration. To tell us more about this exciting event, I would like to invite Recreation Service Manager Garrett Craig to the podium. Garrett?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure to invite Forrest Hunt up to the microphone to say a few words about the brief history of the Turkey Trot.
Forrest.
Good evening, Mayor Chen, council members, city manager, and city staff. Welcome, everyone. Better known around the city as Turkey Man. The little brief history of how the Turkey Trot Fun Run came into Torrance 45 years ago. Via Harry Sutter, Recreation Administrator, who had the vision of a community event on Thanksgiving morning for people, like the mayor said, to socialize, exercise, and go home and have a family feast. Unfortunately, Harry Sutter passed away at age 39 of a brain tumor before the Turkey Trot became a reality. Fortunately, city staff, recreation staff, the following year inaugurated the turkey trot in Harry's honor with a mere attendance of 300 happy turkeys. Subsequently, over the years, the turkey trot has grown and grown, and last year we had almost 5,000 paid participants. We have a poster here of the inaugural 1980 turkey trot design on the t-shirt and this year's 225 turkey trot shirt. We invite all of you out to the turkey trot to exercise, like I said, and stick around for the after race spectacular drawing where we give away about 75 really nice prizes presented or provided by our sponsors. The main prize this year being a $2,200 electric bike provided by Coastal Funeral Center, and an additional 12 $500 to $600 mountain bikes. If you want to see a truly heartwarming event, community event for our citizens, come out to the turkey trot and you'll be impressed. Thank you.
Don't go far. Don't go far. So real fast, it's my pleasure to follow Forrest. I had to let him share the history because I might not have got him here without this. So I want to honor Forrest and shed some facts about Forrest. Forrest recently celebrated 60 years of service for the city of Torrance. Wow. He's been at the heart of all the turkey trots. He's designed all the logos and started all the races. He is known, as he said, as the Turkey Man. To celebrate and to honor him for that, we have a custom t-shirt, one of one. Turkey Man on the front, 60 on the back. The 60 is designed using all the previous logos Forrest has helped design for the history. So Forrest, here you go. One of one for you there. That's for you. Oh, sorry. I should have saved the big applause for the end. Yes. Even more meaningful, something new that we're doing for the first time ever in the history of the turkey trot. Every participant is getting a participant medal. And it's not just any participant medal. It will be known as the Forrest Turkey Man Hunt Recognition Medal. It's a true tribute to all that Forrest has given to the race and the event itself and the community. And with that, I would like to officially present Forrest with the very first Forrest Turkey Man Recognition Medal. So thank you, Forrest. Thank you. Thank you.
Forrest, you need to face the front so they can take a nice picture of you.
Here, let's turn around.
Right there. Face the audience.
There you go. Oh, yeah, perfect. Would you have come if I told you? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Forrest. You're absolutely right. The Turkey Trot is one of the big events of the city of Torrance. I always look forward to it. As a matter of fact, I still remember the year 2020 during COVID. Some of us, we have muscle memory on Thanksgiving morning, and we still went. So run, Forrest, run. Councilwoman Lewis, you going to take the next one for us, please, for the Torrance Art Museum?
Sorry, mine was missing it. The Torrance Arts Museum is preparing for the October 18th opening of the Baker's Dozen. For those who may not know, a baker's dozen is 13. And I know this to be true because of Torrance Bakery. Thank you, Torrance Bakery. And originated in medieval England when King Henry III enacted Ozzy of the bread and ale law to regulate the price of bread and beer. Bakers adopted the practice, adding a 13th loaf of bread to the dozen to avoid penalties. This exhibition features 13 artists whose work made an impression upon the Torrance Art Museum, curators over the past year, but whose work didn't easily fit into the scheduled exhibitions. Baker's Dozen is an opportunity to combine these artists into one extraordinary exhibition. These 13 artists reflect the current trends in contemporary art practices. These selections in the exhibit reflect the modern artistic endeavors at this moment in history. Participating artists are joining us from New York, Indiana, and of course, California. In Gallery 2, we're presenting The Code Collapse. It is the work of Bakran Lomelli and Perlin Malhar. Code collapse is a concept in technology in which most of the code and software is hidden and only a synopsis is visible. It can refer to the information that allows truths to be obscured by falsehoods and can suggest a breakdown of moral codes previously considered normal. Finally, there's a visual level in the collapsed structures common in both Lomelli and Mahler's works. We look forward to seeing you at the museum on the 18th between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. for the opening. The museum is open Tuesday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and is always free to the public. If you have a group you'd like to bring, we are happy to arrange private tours of our exhibitions. The Torrance Art Museum is located at 3320 Civic Center Drive in Torrance, California.
Thank you. I believe Max Trisnell will be very proud of the way you share that information. I'm thrilled to announce that the 47th Annual Excellence in Art Award ceremony is scheduled October 18th, 2025. The Torrance Cultural Arts Commission will host this popular event at the Nakano Theater this year, and I'd like to welcome Monica Hart to the podium to tell us more about it. Monica?
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the City Council. Monica Hart with Community Services. The Cultural Arts Commission has chosen 7 deserving recipients for this year's Excellence in Arts Awards. The free ceremony will be held at the Toyota Meeting Hall located at 3330 Civic Center Drive in Torrance at 2 p.m. on October 18th and will highlight incredibly gifted artists and supporting artist organizations with awards being presented by our wonderful 2025-26 Cultural Arts Commissioners. The winners of the 47th Annual Excellence in Arts Awards are as follows. For dance, Sean Trowbridge. For drama and theater arts, Chris Tiernan. Our emerging artist, Jorge Macias. For literary arts, Sasha and Ryan Miller. For music, Bradley Hampton. For visual arts and design, Brainstorm Productions. And our Katie Geisert Award this year, Visions of Unity. Reservations are not required, and you can find additional information on our website at torranceca.gov/cultural services. Please join us for this fun-filled free arts event right before you go to the museum's opening on the same day. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Monica. There is something free in Torrance. All right, moving on to oral communications. Number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. City clerk, do we have anyone who signed up?
Yes, Your Honor, Kevin Pereira.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor George Chen and City Council members. My name is Kevin Pereira, and I was born and raised in Torrance. My parents immigrated from Sri Lanka and built a great life for my family here. However, there are negative aspects to this city. When I enter public places in Torrance, such as retail stores or the gym, I am at times treated differently than other patrons. I am excessively surveilled by staff, met with suspicion, made to feel unwelcome, and discouraged from returning. That is discrimination. As a paying customer, I have every right to use services like everyone else. It has gotten so severe that I filed a civil rights complaint against the gym I regularly attend for unequal treatment in public spaces. I am addressing my concerns today so others are made aware and to make sure this kind of treatment does not continue. Thank you for your time.
City clerk, anyone else?
No one else was on the list, Your Honor.
Okay, so for those, even those who did not sign up, anyone want to speak, step up to the microphone. You have 1 minute per speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, my hat is off to you for requesting a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, another racist neo-fascist. My hat is off to you for rising above the fact that you're an Asian, technically a minority, that Kirk railed against. Job well done, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, we'll just go on to the next person.
Hi, Mayor, Council. What happened last week at the El Segundo refinery was very troubling. And the only solace that I had was knowing that it wasn't at either the Torrance or Wilmington refineries, the only two in the entire state that use a large amount of hydrofluoric acid. If something like what happened at El Segundo happened here or at Wilmington, this would have been a much, much different story. We would have been counting the dead in the thousands. If you don't know, hydrofluoric acid, when exposed to air, readily evaporates and forms a ground-hugging cloud of toxic acid. Let's figure out how we can regulate this. There are other refineries, like the one in Salt Lake City, who used to use it and have since switched. It's for our better safety, please. Thank you.
Right. Hello, all. First, I'll start out with, since it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, I wanted to invite the public and all of you to our 22nd annual Breast Cancer Angel Luncheon. It's a luncheon and boutique to benefiting Breast Cancer Angels, which is a nonprofit 501c3 that helps people that are going through breast cancer treatment, men included. We do have men that have it. The date is Sunday, October 26th. There are still seats available for the Torrance Marriott. If you go to bcatorranceluncheon.com, you can get all the information. That's again BCA for Breast Cancer Angels, torranceluncheon.com. Now, quickly to my next thing while I'm switching hats, please. I wanted to mention that I am so frustrated over the lack of communication and transparency of an elected official. For the past 3 years, I have inquired about what changes have been made.
Yes. Go ahead and send us an email if you couldn't get that through. Well, go ahead, Garrett.
I've got the next part.
Okay.
For the past 3 years, I have inquired about what changes have been made to this Office of City Treasurer. Early May of this year, I asked to meet Tim in person to discuss his thoughts on the treasurer's role. May 21st, Tim responded with a promise of more info to coming soon. May 28th, I responded and asked him again from him to give me some idea of what he personally does as a city treasurer. No response. August 25th, after weeks of waiting an update, I asked Tim again, how do you see the treasurer's position in the future? Is it an oversight position? Since campaigning has already begun, I feel it is of utmost importance that we know this information. Oh, and are you going to run again? Not here. Again, no response. It's October. Maybe Melissa should run for treasurer again. She doesn't have child support to pay or a pension to pad. I just say, watch out, people. He could at the last minute decide to run for treasurer, or for mayor, not treasurer. I ask the council request a presentation on the city's treasurer's responsibilities and duties. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jeff Grundy. I'm a local reporter for Puffin Press. On Wednesday, August 13th, Torrance Police Department put out a community advisement about Eastern European theft groups. That was like a really vague term, and it kind of freaked me out a little bit. I wanted to dig into it a little bit more. Visited the station a couple of times, talked to a couple of people. I've talked to officers in the street. It's been pretty interesting. I've been kind of hearing that like everything kind of funnels back to one dude and one person who's responsible for it. Emailed them, kind of haven't really gotten a response back. So today I'm kind of just here for communication and clarification. I don't really have an agenda or a story just yet. I'm just kind of in the fact-finding phase of that. So I'd just love to communicate with someone. Just further clarification on if this is in conjunction with any state or federal immigration policies, if these are gangs consisting of foreign nationals, and how they would define a noticeable rise as they use it in the community advisement. So yeah, thank you guys for your time. Appreciate it.
Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Okay, I don't see any, so we will move on to the consent calendar. Do any council members wish to pull any items listed under the consent calendar? Councilman Matucci.
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull 8F as in Frank for discussion.
Okay, item 8F. Anyone else want to pull anything else? All right, let's see, at this moment, I'm going to ask the city clerk for number and titles for item 8B and 8C. And I'll ask for a motion to approve all items on the consent calendar except 8F.
Your Honor, the first is ordinance number 3959, an ordinance of the City of Torrance, California, amending Article 1, Chapter 1 of Division 2, entitled Finance and Taxation, and adopting an administrative remedies procedure for challenges to fees, charges, and assessments. The next is resolution number 2025-60, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing access to the state criminal history information for employment, volunteers, and contractors through the Department of Justice, and repealing resolution number 2002-111.
Motion to approve all except 8F, and also to accept the resolution? Is that what we're doing?
Adopt the ordinance and
Adopts the
resolution.
ordinance and resolution.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
All right, item 8F, we want either Councilman Matucci or the staff to start us off.
If I may, just so that we can get some clarification on this. The item basically says that we have about $2.5 million of residual balance that would, if approved, would go back to the general funds to be used for projects. As an example, the fire station number 4 remodel, and the list goes on. What I wanted to maybe put a little bit more teeth into that $2.5 million and actually allocate it instead of just, putting it back into the general fund. So please correct me if I'm wrong. If we approve it just the way it is, we're not necessarily committing to doing this. These are just examples, correct?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director. The action before you tonight will allow us to free up general fund dollars that were expended on projects that can be repurposed towards this bond funding. So in doing so, that would make those dollars available. And believe it or not, as we kick off the budget process at the staff level in 30 days, we'd be able to use that $2.5 million to prioritize back into capital projects, parks, and things that were previously deferred as part of the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Hopefully bring those things back forward and fund them through the FY27 to FY30 CIP project, capital improvement plan that we'll be developing this coming budget cycle.
Okay, so there were some capital improvements projects, but specifically some of the parks that needed attention. It looks like we postponed some of those or pushed them down the road because of funding issues. Is there a way to where we can make sure that this $2.5 million goes towards our parks versus possibly going to those parks?
Mayor, Council, as noted in the staff report, that is the staff's plan, and that is how we have it mapped out, and we will prioritize those dollars for park projects that were deferred.
Okay, because what I'm concerned is that it's gonna go back into the general pool, then we have to vote on it again to try to give direction as to where we want that money to go versus ensuring that money goes to those particular capital improvements.
Madam Torrance, City Manager, that's our intent, and you can make it part of the motion to make sure that staff incorporates it as a capital improvement dedicated to parks. And we'll bring that decision before your honorable body as part of the budget process.
If that's okay, I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
a stickler
absolutely.
on it, I just want to make sure that we take care of that stuff. All right. If
All
anybody
right.
else has anything.
Any other members of the council have comments or questions on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with staff's recommendation on item 8F with the clarification by Councilman Matucci to dedicate to park improvement, capital improvement programs.
So moved.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
Let's see. There are no hearings, so we're moving on to item 10A from the City Council Ad Hoc Naming of Public Facilities Committee and City Manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, there is. Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Brianna Hart, Management Aide in the City Manager's Office. Tonight, I will present item 10A, a recommendation to accept and file the September 2nd ad hoc naming of Public Facilities Committee meeting minutes, and to discuss and provide direction on the renaming of Columbia Park. No worries. I hope so. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you. As a quick recap, on Tuesday, September 2nd, the ad hoc naming of the Public Facilities Committee held a meeting to review the policy and procedure for the naming of city-owned land, buildings, and facilities, and discuss the potential renaming of Columbia Park to honor Torrance native and veteran Ted T. Tanawe, who received the highest congressional medal. As a refresher, Resolution 2008-81 outlines the City of Torrance's naming policy, which is outlined by 3 guidelines. The person replaced should hold recognizable geographical, topographical, or historical significance to Torrance, or the person should have served the United States, California, and/or the city of Torrance in an exceptional manner, or individuals, families, or organizations who have donated land or significant funds to the city. As a brief history, Columbia Park is the city of Torrance's largest park, spanning 52 acres, located at 4045 West 190th Street and Prairie Avenue. The park was officially named in 1968 due to the presence of a KNX radio tower, and 17 acres of land were also gifted by Columbia Broadcasting Company. One of the more interesting things about Columbia Park is that it was actually acquired in phases and didn't reach its full potential size until 1978. Columbia Park is very active with lighted soccer fields, primarily being utilized by AYSO and the community, a 1.33-mile exercise walking path, a community garden program, and of course will be the future home to the World War II Camp Wall Monument, a first of its kind that will honor approximately 125,000 Japanese Americans who were incarcerated in internment camps during World War II. On April 7th, an application was submitted to consider renaming Columbia Park to honor Ted T. Tanawe, who was a Torrance native and resident. In addition to Tanawe's residency, he is a World War II veteran, serving as a technical sergeant. In February of 1942, following Executive Order 9066, Tanawe enlisted in the U.S. Army. And on July 7th, 1944, Tanawe was wounded at Hill 140, which would earn him a Purple Heart. After receiving medical attention, Tanawe was sent back into action, but 2 months later was again wounded and succumbed to his injuries 5 days later. This act of service initially earned him the Distinguished Service Cross, which was later upgraded to the Medal of Honor on June 21st, 2000. This is the highest military award of valor. Additionally, on October 5th, 2010, the 100th Infantry Battalion, the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, and the Military Intelligence Service was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal, subsequently awarding Tanawe the nation's highest civilian award. Currently, Tanawe is the only Torrance recipient of this honor. With that, Ted T. Tanawe would satisfy the second guideline for the naming of city-owned facilities as someone who has served in exceptional manner. Some other considerations to keep in mind: in addition to the World War II Camp Wall Monument, over the next 3 years, there are capital improvement funds allocated to several renovations at Columbia Park, such as restroom renovations, picnic shelter renovations, the construction of a dog park and the turf sports fields, and the replacement of the walking path. With this, staff recommends the council accepts and files the September 2nd committee meeting minutes for the ad hoc naming of the Public Facilities Committee and discuss and provide direction on the renaming of Columbia Park. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Please step up to the microphone. You have 1 minute per speaker.
Good evening, Council, and everyone present. You know me as a local veteran. I support this wholeheartedly. Ted Tanawe lost his life. I mean, what more can you give to the city of Torrance, the state of California, and the United States of America? It means a lot more to me to hear his name than to hear Columbia Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this item? Okay, I don't see any. I go up to the council. Looks like Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the discussion on renaming Columbia Park to honor the very deserving Ted Tanawe, I would recommend this being referred to the Parks and Recreation Commission to allow them time to develop recommendations that give the community the time and opportunity to provide some meaningful input. Columbia Park's a very important park to the city, and I think it would honor him, but also honor the residents to have some input. it would just give time to let the residents transparently be able to be involved in the process. Also, Councilmember Kaji, I believe, was the one that brought this forward, and he's not here tonight. I think he would really appreciate the opportunity to be here when this decision is made. So I think that recommendation would be important to him as well. So in the meantime, for anybody that would like to visit and honor Mr. Tanaway, he does have a monument that I encourage you to visit. The memorial dedicated in the city of Torrance to honor him as a true American hero is located at 2200 West Carson Street in the downtown Torrance area. Thank you.
Let's see, was there anyone else? I just want to make sure, was the meeting held by the committee open to the public?
Yes, it was, sir.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Brianna mentioned.
Okay. Got it. So the public did have an opportunity if they came and made comments. Okay. All right. Got it. Okay. Council, I guess I see someone clicked in, so if no one has anything, I'll look for a motion.
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to move that we proceed with the renaming of Columbia Park to the Ted T. Tanaway Park. That's my motion.
Do we have a second? I could do a second. I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion fails with Councilmember Matucci and Mayor Chen voting yes.
Okay. So I guess the council reversed the recommendation of the naming committee. Okay.
I already have my button pushed for a motion.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, okay.
Alternate motion. I move to follow Councilmember Kalani's recommendation that we send this to the Parks and Rec Commission for actual public comment and opportunity. An ad hoc naming committee is not necessarily out to the whole community and don't understand what could be involved. I think the Parks and Rec Commission is an excellent idea, so I'll make that motion.
Can we get clarification on something?
Sure.
What do you think this is? It's public. It's on the agenda. It's been advertised. Obviously, it's not. I seriously don't know what happened. We had. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know what's going on, quite honestly, because this is a public setting and there's nobody here talking about it.
Okay, well, hang on. Councilwoman Lewis, you have some comments to make?
I just want to acknowledge that we have members of the family in the audience tonight, and it isn't that this will not end up being the name to it, but there are a lot of people that don't know what an ad hoc naming committee is, what purpose it serves for, and it's in the middle of the day when most folks are at work. So I think that having another opportunity with notice going out to the community because this is going to be a center point of the city of Torrance. It really is going to be a spotlight on our city, and I just think we need more input on folks saying what they want that experience to look like as the corner piece. So even though we have to do the ad hoc naming committee, I think clarifying what that actually means to the community and it will probably end up the same way that it is right now, but we just want to have community input. City Manager, did you have something to add? I
Yes.
see you shaking your head.
Councilman, what I would suggest, part of it is using all of our available social media outlets and tools at our disposal to raise awareness in the public, and then we'll expedite to the extent possible, bringing this back to the commission, back to the council for consideration, if that's your direction.
I would say that if it's going to be agendized at some point in the future, that would be helpful. Councilman Sheikh, you have something to share?
Yes, thank you. I also like to recognize Ted Tanaway. Tanaway gave his life. Absolutely, he's a hero, without a doubt. Very well recognized, and I think, like everybody else said, maybe that will be the end result. But it is a good idea to get input from our community. We are in the business of getting input from our community, and anything we do here, I think the first time around when we had the ad hoc committee, we had only a few people showed up, so it's an opportunity to let other community members know what we're doing. And while I was doing some research, I also found Eiko Yoshinaga. He was a prominent researcher and activist who spent part of his life in Torrance, was among those who incarcerated during World War II. So we should open it up and see what community think is the best decision for Columbia Park. And whatever community wants, we definitely pursue with that. But again, I want to thank you, Councilman Kaji, for bringing this item. I think it does need a recognition, but we need to reach out to the public. We need to get their input and send out more names and see what they decide. Thank you.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
I think Councilman Tucci took a break. I think my suggestion is we take a 10-minute break and we'll come back and take the votes. At least he's here and just count all the votes. So if you don't mind, we'll just take a 10-minute break.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, we're back. It's 8 o'clock. I think Councilwoman Kalani wants to speak before we take the vote.
Well, the family just asked me to mention the address I gave for that beautiful memorial that honors him so well in the city of Torrance. The memorial is actually at Torrance High. So the address I gave was Torrance High School. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have a motion and a second, so, City Clerk?
I'll second the motion.
Start voting, please. Yes, you did second it.
Okay.
Would you like the motion maker to repeat the motion, Councilmember Matucci?
The motion was to send this to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and to use all of the city's social media and communications outlets to give all the people of Torrance a transparent opportunity to give their input, so that it is not unilaterally done by the council, but it is with community input. Thank you.
Second.
Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Matucci voting no and Councilmember Kaji absent.
Can I please explain my vote?
Yes.
Since we're all talking here. I voted no because the statement that was made that the council's unilaterally passing things, without transparency. And I think there's plenty transparent. We're here publicly. And even when it comes back, it's the council voting on it. So I don't know what's gonna change, but anyways, I voted no because I don't think we're unilaterally making any decisions. Public input is now, but whatever. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that. As a matter of fact, I was going to say that as well. I think the word transparent's been used a few times. Yeah. All our meetings are transparent. And no, we don't conduct meetings intentionally not to be transparent. But I did vote because I want to keep this item alive. So thank you for your participation. Item 10B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. Carl Zuizar, Management Associate of the City Manager's Office. This item 10B is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council discuss and provide direction on the request for subsidy of rental fees for use of the Toyota Meeting Hall and James Armstrong Theater for a World War II Camp Memorial fundraising event to be held October 15, 2025. On May 6, 2025, Councilmember John Kaji received concurrence from the City Council to direct staff to prepare an agenda item for consideration of a subsidy request to waive or significantly reduce rental fees for the upcoming fundraising event. The event is organized by a local nonprofit organization that's been working on dedicating to develop the World War II Camp Memorial Project in Torrance at Columbia Park. The primary purpose of this event is to raise funds and community awareness for the upcoming memorial project, which will honor and preserve the history of the World War II in concentration camps, where thousands of Japanese Americans and others were forcibly relocated and detained during the World War. The memorial will serve as a place of reflection, education, and remembrance for future generations. There was a supplemental material that was prepared today that clarifies some of the subsidy for your consideration. Subsequent to the preparation of this agenda item, we did learn that Mayor Chen had previously allocated $2,000 from his last fiscal year's event subsidy budget in support of this fundraising event at the amount of $2,000. This allocation has been completed and processed, and it's being applied towards the event's total facility rentals and staffing cost. For this event, just to provide a breakdown, the total cost to host the event at both locations is $5,137. This covers facility staffing, including setups, teardown, cleanup, event management, and police coverage, at an amount of $1,710, insurance in order to host the event at $187. There's a $500 alcohol deposit, ticketing fee of $40, and then for theater staffing of the James Armstrong Theater, it's $2,700. At this time, the nonprofit has paid a total of $3,937, with a remaining outstanding balance of $1,200. With mayor's prior subsidy allocation of $2,000, the outstanding balance essentially is covered in full. At this point, or at this time, we're asking City Council for consideration to either fully cover the rental costs or with the understanding of that 2,000 allocation from mayor, or an alternative approach or an alternative subsidy. Staff is available for any questions.
All right. Hopefully, everybody understand what Carlos just clarified, but if not, anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item? So I don't see anyone coming up. I just want to make sure that what I'm going to repeat in my own words what I think I heard you say. I think the original item came up with there was after all the expenses and the funds, there was an outstanding $1,200 expense, and you were looking for direction on how to go forward with that. And then with my previous fiscal year's $2,000, that takes care of that $1,200. So it would be a $0 ask. I just want to make sure if that's what you said. In my head, that's how I add it.
All right, so let me restate without the $2,000 allocation. Right. So the total amount for the event is $5,137. The nonprofit has already made some payments towards this event. They still owe a remaining $1,200. So when the original staff report got published, that was the outstanding balance. Right. So we're asking for council direction to either subsidize the remaining balance or completely cover the cost so that it would be a reimbursement back to the nonprofit. With the $2,000 that we've learned today, it covers the remaining balance, but the direction we're asking for council is, with this new information, does council wish to consider fully reimbursing the total cost of the event to the nonprofit, or potentially just using that $2,000 that's already been allocated, or a different amount?
Mayor.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. So to quickly take another stab at this, do you want to refund the full $5,137? Or would you like to refund the difference in consideration of the mayor's $2,000 allocation, which would result in a refund of $3,137, or leave it as already paid? Those are the three options. Thank you.
Well, okay. I think Councilwoman, okay, I'm just looking at everybody's body language. I'm not sure it's as clear as we think it is. Reading this, let me try it one more time, and then I'll ask Councilwoman Kalani to speak. I know that some of the information was late, right? The $2,000 subsidy that I thought I had provided last fiscal year, not this fiscal year, it was the previous fiscal year, actually. It seems like 2,000 would more than cover the 1,200, which, if we read the last paragraph, I thought that was the main issue we were going to discuss. But it sounds like the staff wants to bring up more options other than how we address the $1,200. Am I correct? Just want to make sure. I think that's where.
So, Mayor, if I can provide clarification, just the original intent of the request from Councilmember Kaji was to bring back an item to either do a full rental subsidy or a partial subsidy. So we really need to look at the total amount, the $5,137. And that's really what we need direction from council on. Does council want to fully reimburse or fully subsidize the rental cost for the event, which is $5,137, a partial amount, keeping in mind that 2,000 is already being applied towards that $5,137. So I guess the direction we're asking from council is, you want to fully reimburse or partially reimburse the $5,137?
Okay. I think I got it, but I'm going to let my colleagues make comments now. Does anyone, I did, was there, I went to the public earlier. Does anyone in public? I don't think they had any comments, so I'll go to Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question of the last year's subsidy versus this year's subsidy. So are we able to, some council members try to subsidize as many not-for-profits as they can each year, but do we have last year's dollars still available to dedicate towards this?
So the subsidy, the $2,000 subsidy was during the last fiscal year, so that was completed before July 1st. So that once you pass July 1st, that funding is no longer available.
Okay.
So that was already processed. It was just, staff was not aware of that. But to answer your question, every council member has a budget that they can
Right.
use each fiscal year. It's just when that request goes through to process that subsidy.
So maybe we weren't asked because we didn't have dollars available? Could that have been the case? I don't
Well,
remember being asked about this.
The original request from Councilmember Kaji was to bring forth an item. It wasn't to inquire with all the council whether they wanted to use their budget.
Okay.
Because any additional subsidy, from staff's understanding, would not be from the council's budget. So apart from mayor's $2,000 subsidy, any additional subsidy amount that council approves tonight would be using, my understanding, the city manager's budget.
I see.
Yeah, let me
Councilwoman,
help.
if I may, Mayor, Adam
Yeah.
Torrance, City Manager. Since this was made, the request was made in the last fiscal year, it was in May, our intent wasn't to commingle the funds or create any confusion. In essence, because of the July 1 start date, that funding is no longer technically available. And so every year we start fresh if Mr. Daly wants to add on. Not to overcomplicate, it's $5,137. There's a commitment for the mayor for the 2,000. Now there's a balance of 3,137.
I think, if I was gonna guess, the revelation that I actually committed the remaining of my subsidy from the fiscal year in May of this year. It wasn't, we just did it retroactively. I think staff just didn't catch it in the report, I think. So it wasn't like, we're going back to the last fiscal year. It's just that they didn't get it, that's all. The decision was did last year.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I think that might have been the question, yeah. It wasn't going back. Councilman Sheikh.
Yeah, I think city manager eloquently explained, it's the last year's, we can't bring it this year. It is done. It's when you spend the money actually, and we're spending the money this year. If we're spending money this year, the only option is that if we want to subsidize entirely or if we want to partially subsidize. That's my understanding. Thank you.
That works for us.
Councilman Gerson.
First, just about the project, still extremely excited about it. I love the legacy of Torrance from resolution against Japanese internment all the way to creating the monument that will honor those who were interned, those of Japanese descent who were interned. If I remember correctly, though, we backstopped $5 million to make sure that this project came to fruition. Is that amount correct?
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director, that's correct. Included in the fiscal year 25-27 operating budget and capital improvement plan was an additional $5 million of general fund money to keep the project moving forward. That's correct.
And the purpose of this fundraiser is to help pay for the project itself, which would offset that $5 million that we have just in case they raise no money.
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director, again, yes, that's exactly correct. If funding can be raised, it would help mitigate general fund dollars going towards the project.
So could we approve the $1,200 to come from those monies that we've already backstopped for the project?
We can. Arch Bryan, City Manager, $3,137 to be exact, and
But we could choose to, we already have money set aside, rather than taking it from the city manager's budget or from the general fund in general, we could take it from the money that's already been budgeted for this specific project.
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director again. Yes, we could utilize the funding that was set aside in the capital improvement plan project to cover the subsidy in front of the council tonight.
That would be my personal position. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Quick question. When did we plan this fundraiser? When was the first planning of this fundraiser?
if Mr. LaRock can give us some of the background.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John LaRock, Community Services Department. The city is not producing this concert. This concert is produced by the World War II nonprofit. The city is partnered with them for marketing logistical support, but they are the sole producer of this event. They contacted and booked the Armstrong Theater and the Nakano Meeting Hall, the Ken Miller Meeting Hall to support the after party event as well. So they chose the artists, they chose all the other elements of this event. We're just supporting.
Right, but my question was, when did they do this?
They planned the event about 6 months ago as a means to raise funds towards the project.
Okay, so I'm confused how we can give a $2,000 subsidy for an event that was only planned 6 months ago, last May.
Hold on. I think, let me make sure. This is May, like 5 months ago?
Yes.
And before the end of the last fiscal year, you're going back to the 2000.
I know. I was asking Mr. LaRock, though. I understand what you're saying, Mayor.
It was Councilmember Kaji's inclination to offer a subsidy through his motion. So staff did not bring that to the council as a consideration. The World War II nonprofit was planning on reimbursing themselves for their upfront costs to produce this concert through ticket sales.
Mm-hmm.
The motion for you, the item for you tonight is to offset their incurred expenses so that as much of the net proceeds from the fundraising concert ticket sales and sponsorships and auction items all go toward the project.
Right, but I'm thinking, we all receive subsidies that we can support different events throughout the year for the entire council. And I just don't recall seeing that come across my email. Maybe I missed it for any remaining
I
funds.
think just council, it came through as a request through an oral. It didn't come through as an individual canvassing that we typically would do.
So that's my point. My point is, if we did have funding in 2024 that ended in June,
I think it was, I think it was the early planning stages. Some of the costs associated were not known at the time.
Yeah, the nonprofit did not approach the city for a subsidy. This was an originated idea from Councilmember Kaji.
right. But do you understand what I'm saying? We all get subsidies, right, to be able to donate, to offset costs to things that are held here. If there were funds remaining at the end of the fiscal year last year, then we all should have been contacted to see if we wanted to contribute to this fundraiser instead of one contribution having to take up most of it.
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Councilmember Lewis, we poll council members as to whether they want to use their support fund, if you will, when there is a request that comes into staff. The city did not receive a request from the organization putting on the event. This was a council oral that was made during the May council meeting, which received council concurrence, and that's why we brought it back to the full council rather than polling individual council members as to whether they wish to support in that manner.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify with you, it was that since I heard the oral requests and I knew I still have funds in my subsidy before the fiscal year, I went up and told staff I'll contribute that. So
Well, that was my point, Mayor. We all have funds that we could have contributed, and all we needed to do was just know that that need was there, and we certainly would have contributed our remaining funds to that same effort. That's my whole point.
yeah, I understand. I think that Councilman Kaji made the need there, but okay. All right. So do we have a motion? How do we want to proceed with this item?
Mayor, I have a motion that we apply the $2,000 allocation from your travel fund directly to the balance, leaving a $800 surplus that could possibly be reimbursed to the nonprofit.
I just want to make a quick correction, Councilman. It's not my travel.
Oh, not travel fund, whatever, yeah.
Remember, I ran out of travel funds
That's
last
right.
fiscal year pretty early.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's my allocation of the subsidy.
allocation of the subsidy, yes, thank you, not the travel fund, correction. So that's my motion, to apply the whole $2,000 towards the balance of $1,200, leaving a surplus of $800 to be reimbursed to the nonprofit.
The
Okay.
map is off there.
Well, that's his motion. I know that someone else may want to do a little bit more, but well, hang on. Yeah.
They already paid $3,937. There's a $1,200 balance, but yet there's $2,000 in allocations from the mayor's not travel fund. But if we apply that $2,000 to the $1,200, it's going to leave a surplus of $800 in that account. So I'm asking to reimburse out of the $3,937 that they already paid, reimburse them the $800.
Okay, that's better, because of the way that you said it, it's almost like we're giving them an additional $800. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Well, technically, we are. We are writing them a check for $800.
Mayor, Council, Ian
No.
Daly, Finance Director, if I might. Total cost of the event, $5,137. $2,000 is being covered by the mayor. That means $3,137 for the Memorial Committee. They've paid $39.37 to date, so $800 refund check would be issued. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I think Councilman Gershon has a comment while we're waiting for the second.
I'm confused. Mr. Daly, that $2,000 was last fiscal year. I thought that the fiscal year you said turned over.
Mayor, Council, Ian Daly, Finance Director. The fiscal year is turned over. That money was set aside and applied to this before the fiscal year. It was just missed when the staff report was produced and was later pointed out, and that's where the confusion of the supplemental
So
came.
it is counted,
It is not reflected in the original staff report that was published.
but it is,
It is accounted for, yes.
thank you.
Apologies.
I second the motion.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kaji absent.
All right, thank you. I think that takes us, I could just see the press on that one. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comments on agenda items not on the agenda under the Ralph M. Brown Act. The City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under oral are only limited to oral communications number 1 or oral communications number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone If presenting handout material to council, please provide 11 copies to city clerk before speaking. Handouts will be distributed while you speak. Do we have any members of the public who did not speak during oral communications number 1 who wishes to speak now? Please step up to the microphone. We have 1 minute per speaker. I don't see any. And because we're going to go back to closed session, I'm going to do the council oral number 2 right now so that at least some of you can have a chance to hear. I'll start with Councilman Gerson.
No comment.
And Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. I just want to wish everyone a nice evening. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Everyone have a great evening.
Councilman Matucci.
I got nothing. Good night, everyone.
Councilman Shate.
Well, I just want to congratulate Kim Turner on her 20 years of leadership and service. She did a great job. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, as we conclude tonight's meeting, I want to thank you all for your active participation and interest and stay informed. Your involvement continues to help shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find the archive online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. And for those of you who did not, who heard Councilman Shake's earlier meeting, there is this, can you still pronounce your announcement about the concert that's going to be happening? I'm testing you. Kind of help us?
Assam Sheikh.
All right. Okay, this moment, we're going to go back to closed session. Thank you. Okay, good evening. We've returned from closed session. I'm going to go to Deputy City Manager. Do you have anything to report out?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Nothing to report. Thank you.
All right, so I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, October 14th, 2025 at 5 p.m. for closed session in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chamber.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with council members Kaji and Machuchi absent.
All right, good night.